I don't know why I was so high-pitched. That was very weird. Welcome back to Friday Night Sprints. I love doing Friday Night Sprints. That's Friday and Monday night are my favorite nights to do sprints, just because I always feel really happy doing them. I'm here with Hattie and also with Kirsty. I will put Kirsty's channel. Hattie, do you have a channel?
I did. I technically do, but I haven't posted it in years. It's Hattie's vlogs.
Okay, cool. And Kirsty's is K-Beth Bookish as well. But I'll put it in the comments, or Kirsty can put it in the comments actually, just so people have got access to it. We've already got people here. Hi Sarah. Hi Kimberly. Thanks for joining. What are you guys reading? I will put that banner in actually. I was just saying to Hattie, that I am going to do a tiny bit of work, just for the first sprint, and then I will do some reading. But what are you guys going to read or do?
I am probably going to continue reading Love on the Brain by Ali Hazelwood. Oh my God. I loved The Love Hypothesis. I gave it 5 stars. It was really refreshing. I loved how it highlighted women in STEM. And I thought the relationship was really well done. This book is absolute trash in comparison. I hate it. She references Marie Curie every page, and I'm like, Marie Curie is a hero of mine as a woman in STEM. Don't get me wrong, she was incredible. But a lot of the comments that she's making, they don't even fit with what's going on. And it's like, I don't care what Marie Curie's brother did in this situation. I want to know what you're going to do. But it's
what
got
would Marie Curie's brother do? WWMCBP.
Yeah.
It's a bit like what. Oh, sorry.
That's really.
It's a bit like when people try to be literary in books and they go and the author they reference is like Charlotte Bronte. It's like there are other authors that exist.
Yeah, that's the other thing. There are other women in STEM. There's also just like it's got a couple of harmful stereotypes in there. Like one of her quotes is she sort of talks about how she sometimes like wants to kill people. And she's like, maybe it's too much estrogen. Maybe it's because of the dysfunctional family I had growing up. And I'm like, right, okay, so let's just talk about empowering women in STEM. And then in the next chapter,
reduce them into stereotypes.
And then she's made it very clear that she's vegan. Like, did you know she's vegan? Oh, of course, she's vegan. Did you not know? But then she's also doing this thing where she's like, I don't know if this is the author or like this supposed to be the character. But she's like, oh, my sister eats enough meat for 2 people and I'm vegan. Therefore, we only have the carbon footprint of 1 person. I'm like, veganism is as bad, if not worse, for carbon footprints as being a meat eater. And this is like, that's my area of expertise. That's what I studied at university. So I get so angry when people still push that thing that, oh, veganism is the best thing for the planet. And I'm like, this book is more of I'm now like rage reading it than I am enjoying it.
Oh God, I hate rage reading. It's so kind of like you just can't help but like eat it.
I'm determined now that I'm going to get it done because I buddy read last month that I DNF'd, so I don't want to DNF a second buddy read.
That makes seness. What about you, Hattie?
I'm an absolute rant.
I'm rereading Massive Park. Kidding. No, not really. Because I'm primarily focusing on one book on my Kindle and one in paperback. The one I'm reading in paperback is The Comfort Book by Matt Haig. It's got really nice cover like that.
Oh, that's very pleasing. That cover.
And it's so far it's actually quite sweet. I mean, there's nothing like amazing. There's nothing like revolutionary about it in the sense of like it doesn't really give anything new in terms of like how to perceive yourself when mentally you're not, in terms of mental health, you're not doing so good. But it is comforting and it's kind of nice just to kind of be reminded, when stuff is, that like, that, you won't be completely free of it, but it kind of reminds you that, you are a person and you've got your own identity separate from that, and there's also So another book I'm reading that's actually my Kindle it's not the same kind of theme, but it's kind of probably same genre probably. The Unexpected Joy of the Ordinary by Catherine Gray. She wrote The Unexpected Joy of Being Single, and I read that a few years ago. It's quite nice, kind of hearing, being reminded again that like you're not, and you're not wrong for being single, or you're not wrong for being older and single.
You're not like half a person because you're
yeah,
single.
exactly. Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm reading at the minute, and from what I can see with like the Matt Haig book, it's quite short, so I could potentially get it done in
like a short book.
Yeah, exactly.
I was talking when Moon was on. Not Moon, sorry, Moon's in the chat. Hi. When I was streaming with Moni earlier in the week, she was like, "Yep, we love a short book, absolutely."
Yeah, anything short, and as long as it doesn't have a sequel, and she's good. If
Yeah,
there's a sequel, she runs screaming.
She's pretty good, yeah. I love Get a Life, Chloe Brown. Are they on the second book yet, or have they started? Have they just done the first one? I'm not sure. I really want to reread the third one because that one's. I mean, obviously, I'm a Chloe, so I like the Chloe one. But the third one's probably my favorite. Sarah, have you read all of them? Sorry?
Chloe was my favourite of the three. Danny, a lot of people love Danny's, but I didn't enjoy Danny's.
I didn't get on with Danny's.
But I connected with each of the three sisters in different ways. Like I have the chronic pain and the problems that Chloe has, and the crippling insecurities that she has. I have the crippling insecurities that Eve has, and I'm also ADHD and autistic. I don't think she's ADHD, but she's definitely autistic.
She's autistic, yeah.
So I connected with her, and then with Danica, she's a woman in STEM, and I was a woman in STEM. So I connected on to all three of them, which I thought was lovely.
I thought whenever anybody talks about the trilogy, I find it really interesting that the majority of things that you hear about the trilogy is that, especially from people who are neurotypical and or non-disabled, is that Danny is their favorite, and I find that really interesting, because I loved all of them, but I felt a lot, especially with Jacob's storyline in the third one. His fear of abandonment, his always feeling like a burden, like that is me. So I find it really interesting when people talk about that series and they say, "Oh, my favorite was Danny," and I'm like, the most able-bodied out of all of them. That's very interesting.
For me, it was like I felt more seen with both Eve and Chloe, and I loved that they got that spotlight to get more people to actually try and understand what it's like to be a person with these issues. What I will say I did like about Danny that I connected on is her vulnerability when it comes to opening up to someone and that fear of being hurt. That's kind of the stage I'm at now, where it's like, I've met a couple of people over the past year, but I've been too scared to let myself be vulnerable enough to take it any further.
Yeah.
And now that I finally met someone where I am being more vulnerable, I'm like, oh God. So I kind of
Hi Moon, thanks for joining. Oh, that sounds really fun. Oh, family quiz. If you like your family, that's brilliant.
Family, that was escalate quickly.
Oh, that's cool. I know of that book, but I don't remember what it's about. I'm assuming it's about her body and other parties. Hello, how you doing?
Oh, Shah, you just missed my rant, unless you did actually see the rant. Shah's
I think I might have seen the rant. That does sound really good. Oh, okay, fair enough. Ooh. Oh, I'm so excited. You'll have to let me know what you think of the third one, because, like I said, my favourite one was the third one.
I listened to all of them on audio as well, and I will admit, I loved the narrator for the first book. And then they changed narrator, and I just didn't really like the narrator in the second and third book. Like the first book, I felt she got the grandmother's voice perfect, and she got like the posh upper class accent that the girls all have brilliantly. And then they switched to someone who, I don't know, her performance to me just wasn't as good. So maybe that's another reason why I didn't connect so well.
Maybe. petitioned for them to write, for Talia Hibbert to write the Juju story.
Oh,
Because I really want that. Especially if you've read the third one, where it's just lots of Gigi. Good to know that you can read the run. Oh, okay. So it's not like an actual one with your personal family, or is it? Or is the quiz?
It's probably a quiz that the paper are doing that the family do together.
Oh, okay, that makes
like
sense.
make it a bit
That
more.
also makes sense.
It's like do you remember like when we were younger, the TV used to have like a quiz like on the teletext, and like we always used to do that as a family. Like every Saturday night they'd update it. Showing my age a little bit there, aren't I? But yeah,
I was watching the because when I go to sleep I listen to Dan and Phil games, and I think Phil is like a similar age to me, and Dan's kind of younger, and he was like, "This is gonna make me sound really old, but do you remember teletext?" And I was like, "Yes, of course I remember teletext." Oh, okay. Well, I've reached the end of the comments. So, did you guys want to go into a sprint? Since it's that good? Are we going to do half an hour, or did we want to do more?
I think half an hour sounds good as like a start off, and then we can go from there. Yeah. Maybe
that tends to be what I do. Yeah. Shah, what are you reading? If you're joining us for reading,
I just realised my ornament behind me was sticking up, made it look like my hair had like an extra little bit sticking up because it's the same colour as my hair. So I was like, I'm just going to move him over.
Just be like, okay, cool. Well,
so I think this sprint I'm going to work on that email that I need to compile because I've done no work today. I've been asleep all day.
Yeah, I was saying to Hattie before you joined, I have got quite a lot of work on next week, and I really just want to, if I can hash out this piece of work that I did today, then at least I can be like, right, I don't have to do that next week. So yeah, I think it's what happens when you're sick for 2 weeks solid. Just like everything just backs up, and you have to do everything in 1 week.
You know what the frustrating thing for me is? I rushed last week and really pushed myself to get those candles out and gave myself, a week's worth of migraines that I'm still recovering from. I think I'm pretty much there now. And then I found out yesterday she's not even in the office this week, so I could have spent this week getting them done a bit more gradually and reduced those migraines. But it's over, it's done. But I still was just sat there like, ugh.
I absolutely hate that. I'm doing a project with an organization, and I have every other week, every 2 weeks ish. I have meetings with the CEO and her personal assistant. And we have like a catch up of what we've been doing, because they really want to know. They want to apparently keep close tabs on me. They'll say, "Oh, can you get this done for this time?" Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." Rush to get that done in time, and then nobody looks at it for a week, or they don't look at it for 2 weeks, and then in the meeting they go, "Where's this?" And you're like, if you read the document, it's in the document. That happened in my last meeting. She was like, "Why did oh god, what did she say?" Oh, she said, "Did you include pictures?" And I said, "Yes."
Did you even open
the appendices? If you just scroll down, they're there. Oh, just ridiculous.
It angers me so much when people push you to a deadline and then they don't reciprocate. It's like, seriously, if you're going to put me to the end of my tether, you can have the respect to actually look at what I've done.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I had that a lot with teaching. I used to get appraised like that all the time. And I'd be like, well, if you actually looked at my lesson plans, you would see that I've got up to the end of the term done. But you've just looked at next week's plan. And now you're saying that I've not done this, this, and this. When if you'd have looked at all of them, you'd see that it is in there. It's just not in the lesson that you wanted.
Yeah. I should have guessed this, really. I should have guessed that Shaw was also reading Love on the Brain. I wonder if you were enjoying it. Hi, Karlie. How you doing? I'm going to be starting ACOTAR tonight. I'm gonna start it once I've done this bit of work, and then I'm charging up my Kobo because I got it 99p on my Kobo. So yeah, I will be joining Karlie in reading it. And the result out of 24 questions. That's pretty good, actually.
Well
I'm
done.
terrible at quizzes.
Nice.
Good for you and your family. That's impressive. Okay, cool. So we're gonna do half an hour, and I think as Hattie said, might go a bit longer for the next sprint, but we're gonna start off with 30. Okay, see you guys in 30 minutes.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh. I think it was me who
Sorry.
Both of you were muted at points in that and kept making me dumb.
Sorry.
I was like,
Oh dear, sorry. I got really like, I was like, I'm ready. It's 20 seconds. Preemptively.
Yeah, same actually, because I didn't want to be trying to talk and then being like, why can't you hear me? Oh, I'm on mute.
Yeah.
So yeah, that it was me who was sniffing and things like that. So yeah.
Oh my god.
That was me.
How did you guys get on?
I'm just finishing my sentence and I'll be with you.
Okay.
No,
How did you get on?
It's a really good book, I think. The Matt Haig one. It's really sweet. It's quite obviously it feels expansive, but yeah, it's quite a quick read. So I think if in the next sprint, I'll probably end up finishing it and then taking the picture for my Instagram and stuff like that. Because it's nice. Again, it feels like very reassuring, but also kind of, comforting as well. Obviously, because the title. But yeah.
That's what we want. More comforting.
Yeah.
I managed to get the majority of my the work that I wanted to get done.
Woo!
Just have to write down the recommendations and put. I think I'll wait to do the pictures. I can't be bothered. I might just put them on my Google Drive and then just let that be that for tonight. But yeah, I am very proud of that. Considering there was a lot of things I had to talk about, so just need to do maybe 15 minutes of the next sprint, and then I'll get on to actually reading. Kirsty?
I didn't realise I'm just not in it in my head for work right now. Yeah. So I just kind of wanted to finish up my journal, like my reading journal. I'm loving how it's coming out this time.
Oh, that's lovely. So
like
pretty.
It's the first time that I've actually done it as like a proper reading journal.
Wow.
So yeah, it's a new experience, but I'm liking like my little overview page and stuff.
That's really cute. I like that.
It's so pretty.
I'm enjoying doing that. So I'm just finishing up that. I'm thinking about doing a final January stats page at the very end, where I'll do some like little charts and stuff just so I can see like how much I've done. And then I'm going to set up February. And then while I was doing that, at night I've started listening to Daughter of the Pirate King on Audible, because I listened to it about 3 years ago. I have the sequel, but I was like, I don't remember enough detail from the first one to get on to the second one. So I'm just re-listening to that.
That's a good idea.
Like when I fall asleep, because I already know the book, so it doesn't matter if and I know it's not going to be too action-paced or anything like that. So it's a nice one to just fall asleep to.
That's good.
So yeah.
I'm going to be at some point rereading Black Sun by Rebecca Roanhorse. Because I have Fevered Star. I pre-ordered Fevered Star, which is the second one. And I haven't read it because I heard that it was going to be a trilogy. Surprise, the trilogy. But they finally given a date for the third book, and it's August 1st. So if I really want to reread the first one because I love the first one. And then read Fevered Sun, and then I'll have whatever the third book is going to be called. I think you'd like it, Marnie. Yeah. So I know what you mean. It'd be quite nice to have all that, all sorts. I don't know where my sentence was going from there. Sorry about just kind of fading into non-existence.
I love when you're like, surprise, third book, and it's like, I think Moni dislikes me a little bit because for my birthday, in honor of my birthday, she read Cemetery Boys, because it's like one of my all-time favorites. It's my all-time favorite standalone,
Oh, nice.
Except Aidan Thomas announced at the end of last year that they're going to do a sequel for it. And so I mentioned it, and Molly was like, what?
And he's like, no.
And I was like, oh, yeah, sorry. And Molly was like, I hate you so much for this. Because she ended up really enjoying it. So I'm just like, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
There's no way you would have known, to be fair. Yeah. So back to the comments. Shah isn't that far into Judge, but enjoying it more than Kirsty. That's good.
I think she's just kind of reached that point where she just like, I'll send her a message and she's just like, yep.
Yep, okay. Yeah, me and Karlie are going to be reading ACOTAR. Hi, Betty. Oh, it's so nice to see new people. New BookTube. Welcome to BookTube. Reading sprints are the best way to get uninterrupted reading time in. I have Verity. What are you thinking of Verity? Are you enjoying it? Me and my friend are probably going to buddy read Verity. Happy Friday, Marlene. Thanks for joining. Royal Assassin, is that the second one or the first one? Is that the first one in the realm of the Outlands?
Is that like Robin Hobb?
Yeah, it's Robin Hobb, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Money. That's good. Ooh, business things. Did your new employer finally send you the documents that you were waiting on? This made me laugh.
Oh, yeah, that was me.
I'm always paranoid that I'm not on mute. So it's like whenever I press mute and then I skip to the live stream because like the live stream's like 3 seconds behind the StreamYard stream for me.
Okay, yeah.
So I was like, I'll cough or something and then switch over and be like, right, okay, it didn't repeat it. We're good.
That's good. Yeah. I did immediately unmute my music and I was like, oh shit, am I still alive? What was this in relation to? I'm not sure.
It was probably
that was when you unmuted and music blasted.
Oh, okay. Like, yeah, it's because I was working. Sorry. Oh, are they long chapters, Karlie? I'm scared.
Yeah, I noticed at the chat, Karlie was saying just as we went on the sprint that she's starting it as well.
Yeah, it's because we're buddy
starting
reading
it together.
Yeah, we're buddy reading it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you said
25 pages. Oh, Esty.
She's like, Mum, you left me. You now need to give me cuddles. I'm reading the comfort book by Matt Haig. It's got this really nice kind of vibrant cover.
Very comforting cover, actually.
Yeah, and I think so far, touch wood, I haven't found a Matt Haig book I've disliked. So
Oh,
he even
got the Midnight Library.
Oh, that was good. I think I've heard mixed. I've read it as well, obviously, but I heard like mixed reviews after I finished reading it. I can see why people might not like it, but if it's one sort of books I think you can sort of draw your own interpretation from. You can draw your own comfort from it, and that's kind of what it's there for, rather than being something that everyone must like or dislike or whatever.
Good. I was talking to someone. I think I was in a hospital or a doctor's surgery or something, and someone said, "Oh, we got to talking. They were talking about the Midnight Library," and I was like, "Oh, okay. I mean, I have it. I should read it." Hello, GMT.
She just like started yelling at me from her. She jumped up on the back of the chair. I looked over and she went,
"Oh,
could you not flash your
that's fair. How far into are you? Good job, Sarah. I think you'd love it. I think you'd really, really like it. Yeah, it's so good. I was buddy reading it with people, and a lot of people were like, "I'm so confused," and I was like, "I'm a little confused, but I'm hoping it just goes away." it's a bit like how I felt with Priory of the Orange Tree. I was really confused for the first like 150, 200 pages, and I'm like, oh, okay.
I just didn't care enough to keep going.
Yeah, that's fair.
I was just like, I'm bored. I'm not reading 3 books worth of boredom. Bye bye.
Hi, Ellen. My excitement for the sequel is off the charts. Very exciting.
Anytime Aiden mentions anything about that book, I'm just like squealing. I get the feeling that me and Ellen are probably going to end up buddy reading the sequel.
You should. Yes.
Ow.
Okay, Royal Assassin is the second one. I didn't know that. Thing is, this is about Money's job. Extremely official. You saw Money! All the new branding.
Nice.
Ooh. That's very exciting. Yeah, I noticed.
I was getting really confused and I was like,
Kirsty said it, I was like,
what?
that's cute. When you said Marnie, I was like, oh, cute. Like when Marnie was here, which I watched during the lockdown and sobbed my little heart out. Yes, definitely. Are you already thinking maybe
And
4
actually,
stars, 3 stars? Oh,
maybe a cautious 5 stars. I don't know. I mean, I've already recommended to my sister, and she's always buying books with more stones, so that might be one that she gets. But it's not like bad enough that it's 3 stars, but it's also kind of like 5 stars in a way of like it could be a good book to kind of that you could sort of dip into again if that was like a reread kind of thing. But I don't think it's sort of book to be like a favorite book that you read all the time. And also another good recommendation of Matt Haig's is The Radleys. It's about suburban family vampires. And it's actually really good. It was the first thing of vampire fiction I actually liked. Most of them are really are just awful. So it's just nice having like not realistic characters, but sort of believable characters who also happen to be vampires. It's quite cool.
I'm just looking it up.
I look it up now because I thought I was getting the name wrong.
How do you? Oh, there it is. Yeah.
My little like sort of sound then was because I just read a couple of comments on. I've just read Shah's and I'm just like cringing in sympathy with her.
Oh, I can't buy it. That's sad. Oh yeah, I can.
Yeah, I'm with you with vampire werewolves. Like vampires and werewolves. I was really into it when I was younger, and now as an adult, I'm like, I just find it a bit tacky. I'm just not a fan.
Yeah.
Unless it's done right, like Laurel K. Hamilton's Guilty Pleasures series, like the Anita Blake series. I think that was done really well, but I think it helped that I read it when I was younger. So I'm kind of like it, but I really, really struggle to get into anything to do with vampires these days.
I struggle to watch things with vampires now unless it's Teen Wolf.
For me, unless it's True Blood.
Oh, True Blood was so good. Oh, I miss True Blood. Yeah. Well, that's not too bad then. 8 and 12 pages. Yeah, from what I've heard, they're quite slow. Because they're big, expansive series. Oh.
This is the comment I was like, oof.
Ouch.
And I bet she's sleeping on the bad kidney as well, just to make it worse.
Just to make it worse.
Yes.
Sounds like Ellen is definitely a series. Ellen's going to be doing
honestly, Aidan Thomas is an insta-buy author for me. Like 3 out of 3 of their books have made me laugh, made me cry, had me like they've got such amazing rep in them. And even though Lost in the Neverwoods wasn't my favourite, because I've discovered, as much as I love retellings, I am yet to find a really solid Peter Pan retelling that I've loved. But I'm not really a big Peter Pan person anyway, unless it's Once Upon a Time, because that season with Peter Pan is like absolutely epic. I love it.
I did get kind of bored with the Peter Pan storyline in Once Upon a Time.
Oh, I thought it was
loved Hook.
But yeah, so yeah, just like anything that they write, I will read pretty much. It's amazing.
A very good recommendation from Kirsty. Yeah, it doesn't sound like their wheelhouse, does it? Because they certainly seem to be kind of quite like cozy.
Yeah, and also as well, because I remember buying it from the works, and I didn't realize it was vampire book until it arrived, because my methodology when I used to order from the works, I don't really do it anymore because they use Every and I hate Every, is just like add books that sound cool, and then I kind of get rid of the ones, you know, I kind of pare it down slowly, and it works. You know, that kind of method works, but it was a pleasant surprise to have a book that was actually readable about vampires, but also had kind of, it wasn't just like, they weren't just exposition dumps for all the characters. It was actually kind of characters I was like, yeah, I wouldn't want to like live next to them, these characters, but it was memorable.
I mean, I don't want to be anywhere near them, but it's exactly. A fun book. Nice. Oh, ouch. But she's cute, so it's fine. It's allowed. Sometimes I wish Paula was a lap cat, but oh well.
Ginty's a lap cat at the most inopportune times. Like I was saying to you guys not long ago that she doesn't, when I first moved in, she wouldn't even come near me, let alone be a lap cat. But I've gradually worked on it. But now it's at the point I sit down and she's like, blanket? Where's blanket? But the problem is, like yesterday, she jumped up and settled in right as I was about to get up and get food. And I was like, I desperately need food because I'm starting to feel sick because I'm this hungry.
Yeah.
But cat. And I feel she has this look on her face and her eyes are just like, you know, Puss in Boots from Shrek. She has that exact look. Her eyes are the same colour and everything. And she looks at me like that and I'm like, oh my God.
How are you supposed to resist that?
Like, I can't do it.
I just heard a really loud bang on my front door.
Yeah, I heard something.
What that was.
As long as it's not what I had when I was at uni one time. There was I was the only one in my housemates. Everyone had gone out and it was like 2:00 in the morning. I heard a noise at the front door and I was like, oh no, what's going on? Open the door and there's this guy standing there with a key going.
Oh no.
I was like, are you all right, mate? And he was like, I live here. I was like, not anymore, you don't. He was like, oh God. So brought him in, gave him a cup of coffee, tried to figure out where.
Brought him in?
He wasn't you could tell he was just a dumbass that had turned up to the wrong house.
Could never be me.
And I was just like, you know what? If he had given me any kind of freaky vibes, I would have been like, okay, off you go. But he seemed genuine and he was lovely. And I managed to get his phone, called his friend, and his friend came and got him. But I was just like, what the hell? But like in that split second, because I had the downstairs bedroom that was right next to the front door.
Yeah.
So at that moment, because I could hear it at my window and at the door, I was like, oh God, I'm gonna die.
No. I wish it was you too. That would be really fun. I mean, I'd be slightly concerned. But it would be nice.
I was talking to Ren the other day. They're doing for their 30th, they're going to New Zealand and doing like the Hobbit and Lord of the Rings tour. And they're going to be at Hobbiton on their birthday. And I was thinking the other day, like, if I could save up enough money, that would be really cool to like when they turn up, I'm just stood there like, hi, happy birthday. And they'll be like, what?
That will be so cute.
But they live in the same city as my sister as well. So like we're talking about maybe me going over there at some point. And like if I stay sort of with them and then I can surprise my family and be like, oh, by the way, hi. Just like casually walk past their house and see how they react.
This is a different Ren.
Oh yeah, this is Ren as in Australia. Ren. The reading Ren, Australian person.
So, so they're already in Australia?
Yeah, they are Australian. They live in Adelaide. Like,
oh, okay.
Born and raised.
And Australia is not New Zealand. Yes.
No. Different country.
They
I was
arrive.
just like, wait, so they're gonna go to New Zealand for their birthday, but aren't they already in New Zealand? I was very confused. No, money is much easier now. So actually,
I mean, I was confused. I was like, Marnie? Who? What? Oh,
Yeah.
it's Ren.
You should actually.
Was that
I
Alexis
think
Hall?
Money. Yeah, I think Money is absolutely obsessed with Alexis Hall. So, go for it. Go for it. I'm missing the squirrel facts. Where is Money for our squirrel facts?
Just
Fun.
spam,
Do you know what's really?
spam the chat on Instagram. Be like, squirrel facts. We need them now.
Yes, oh, that's a good idea. I'm going to
I could fill in,
message
but my
Money.
brain doesn't want to. But yeah, the funny thing is, after we had all those discussions about squirrels and everything, I turned my calendar over yesterday, and this month is a red squirrel, and I was just like, well, that's that.
I'm currently just asking Money for a squirrel fact. Where is she? Here we go. Yeah, are we good to do a 45 one next time? Is
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Because then I can use 15 minutes of it just to do the last little bit of work. I'm doing work on a Friday night at 7 after 5 p.m. Who am I? What is happening? It is
Doing customer service for after 5 o'clock on a Friday is really weird because you just want to go tell. This is like back when I worked for Montevideo. It's like you want to say like go away, go home.
Yeah, like go home. Like, oh god! Today I was driving back from this this job that I was doing, and there were so many places where this asshole, like this truck driver who was going 10 miles an hour on a 60-mile-an-hour road that was quite bendy. He could have pulled over at least 3 times, and he just kept not pulling over. No, you didn't. Shush, Ren. Messaging me going, I've made things chaotic. You have not. It's money. I like it.
I suppose that most of us in our group probably have some sort of undiagnosed ADHD, so it's inevitable that we're gonna, or in some cases, diagnosed ADHD. It's inevitable that we're gonna go crazy because I think both me and Moni have got it.
Yeah. Nocturnal flying squirrels are more common than grey squirrels. I did not know that. Nocturnal flying squirrels.
I want to see a flying squirrel. I've never seen one.
I haven't either. I want to see a drop bear.
Yeah, when I was at uni, I became really, really good friends with the security guard at the library because I'd be like one of the few students who would be there quite regularly through the night. So it's like everyone else would be packing up and going home, like on a Friday night, Saturday night, they'd all be packing up and going home at like 5, 6 o'clock to get ready to go out. And there's me at 3 o'clock in the morning, still sat there working. And they'd be like, what are you doing here? And I was like, well, it's the quietest time when I can actually get work done because everyone's out. So I'm not distracted. Yeah. And it was quite sweet because it got to the point he'd bring his sandwiches in, but he'd bring an extra one in and feed me and things. So it was like he bought sandwiches and I used to bring an extra thing of hot chocolate. So we'd just share it at like 2 a.m. We'd have a sandwich and hot chocolate together. And then he and my mum became friends. It was really lovely.
Oh. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm very glad I'm not working. It's just unlike me.
I love working at night because it's just there's less distractions. I know my phone's not going to call and my anxiety's at a lower level.
Yeah.
Everything, I just focus much better and I just work better at night.
I feel like I should start doing that because I get very bored at night.
Yeah, but then if you start working at night, you're not going to sleep because you're going to be in work mode and you're going to not switch off, are you?
And I'm not.
Whereas I'm built for night, so I'm used to doing that. I
used to do all-nighters at uni, but I tried to do one during my masters. I couldn't do it now. I need my sleep too much.
Even though, to be fair, though, I've actually had some in the past. I've had sort of creative like ideas like at night, or like when I'm drifting off sleep and then I write it down quickly before I go to sleep. And I've actually come up with some really interesting things because of that.
Ooh,
I love doing that.
Whoa.
I usually I'm quite good at remembering my dreams. So I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm like, oh my god, that was such an obscure random dream. I write it down just so I don't forget, and I can usually remember like the most obscure parts of my dream or the most weird. And then I go back to sleep and I wake up in the morning and I can still remember all these like obscure parts of my dream. And they can make pretty good stories.
Sometimes
write them down.
Sometimes I can wake up from a really weird dream, but I can like make myself go back into the dream. Like it might be slightly altered and slightly different, but it's just a really weird skill that I've always been able to do. It's like lucid dreaming. I can get myself to go back into a particular dream. I can't like think of an old dream and make myself go back into it. But as long as I fall asleep pretty much straight away. But the downside of that is when I wake up from nightmares, I really struggle. I then have to make myself wake up, because if I go back to sleep in that moment, I'll go straight back into that nightmare.
Yeah.
And it's like, so that's the downside of that. Whereas I know so many people who like once they wake up, that's it. It's like a refresh.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I envy
I've only very rarely been able to get myself into. Oh, that's nice. Rarely been able to get myself. It's mostly if it's a romantic dream, but I'm like, oh, I can probably get myself back into that. But if it's like a really, oh, I like that, I'm gonna keep that one. I just decided. Can sometimes get myself back into them, but not really. I sometimes have such like bizarre, different dreams. But yeah, okay. So I'm gonna do 15 minutes of work and then finish, call it night, and then start reading. Enjoy your reading, everybody. See you in 45 minutes.
Bye.
Bye. Hello.
Hello.
Very relieved that I didn't turn my my microphone on instead of turning on my camera. I
Easily
think
done.
Kirsty had some dinner. How did you get on?
I finished reading the comfort book. I managed to write the review as well, so that was cool. And take the picture for my Instagram because clearly all my fans. And now I'm reading The House in the Cerulean Sea.
I love
I honestly
that
thought I had this
one.
one, but I'm looking forward to reading it because I love the premise and it looks cool. So
Yeah, it is. It's a good one. It obviously has its issues, but I thought it was really good.
That's good.
I could definitely see where people are coming about the issues, but yeah, I mean personally, I liked it, so, and I hope you like it.
It should be good, yeah, because now I've realised that like I shouldn't be so afraid to DNF books.
Yeah,
I'm going to be a lot more kind of like determined about like not competing with myself.
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I think yeah, I think it's always a good idea to DNF if you really are finding that you're just not working with it. I started reading The Circus Train. I can't remember the name of the author. I got it. It's a very beautiful copy on Goldsboro, and I was so excited to read it because it had a wheelchair user in it.
Oh, that book! I remember. I saw your. I think you had a story about it on your Instagram.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was so disappointed. My friend was like, I mean, you can DNF it. I want you to hate read it and tell me what it was like. But I also respect if you want to DNF it. And it was hard because I was like, but I bought it from Goldsboro. It wasn't cheap. But yeah, I decided I was just gonna, at least for the time being, just DNF. Just because it was just, I didn't like the way they. I guess if you've read Circus of Wonders by Elizabeth McNeil, that's where disability is done really well.
Oh, cool.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
That's on one of my to get to this year's.
Yeah. It's done well with the disability representation. I didn't love it, but that's just because I personally didn't like it. But the disability representation was done better because it doesn't have to always be, oh, it's historical, so therefore we are writing about disabled people getting shot on. So there's a way to do that without it being just depressing.
Because when you posted that story about it, I remember this book I read. I can't remember the name of it, which is really stupid because it was like, but it's like I think it was published in the 80s, and I googled the author's name, and I think they had like one, like that was probably the only bit they've written, or there was another one, at least under that name. And basically, it was really strange because it was like this character, it had a character in it who had sight difficulties, and this rich guy falls in love with her. It's so cliche. It was ridiculous. And as proof of his love for her, he basically takes away her sight aids and basically as if implying that like she doesn't need them because she's got him.
Oh my God!
I was honestly I was so kind of like
your husband who will never ever leave you.
It was so infuriating. I mean, I don't feel like I have a right to sort of be angry on behalf of a community, but it was so ridiculous.
No, but that's pretty obvious, yeah.
Yeah, it was ridiculous, and I'm just like, why didn't people see that this was wrong even back then?
Yeah, that's awful. That kind of reminds me. I was messaging Kirsty in that spring about Marie Stopes, whose cottage I visited today for work, and the director was like giving me a tour and stuff and talking to me about Marie Stopes, and she told me that Marie Stopes, who is a paleobotanist, I believe, as well as a prolific women's rights campaigner, was also a eugenicist, and actually cut her son out of her will because he married someone with glasses.
What?
Wow.
That is ridiculous.
That's
You
how
know-
much of a eugenicist she was. That's fun.
That sounds very control. I mean, obviously, stay in
It's
your
very
best, but
controlling. Yeah.
it's very controlling because most people, you know, people's ability to sit, you know, their sort of sightedness, you know, they may still need assistance even though they're not there with the, you know,
Exactly.
the bottle top glasses and the, you know, whatever. It's just ridiculous, and
Yeah.
it's quite horrifying when you see the historical context of that sort of thing, and it's just like, yeah. People were just like, it's like the past was the worst.
Yeah, absolutely.
People go on about the good old days, and I'm like, really?
Yeah, because
really? Yeah.
when I worked with the elderly and just, you know, and talking to my relatives and stuff like that, and when people go, oh, the pictures are amazing, and then I spoke to a woman a couple of years ago, and she basically didn't have a very good time with her younger years, and even like talking to my grandmother, who's usually very much like, oh, positive, you know, everyone's, you know, whatever. She's very kind of like stiff upper lip sort of thing. Even she's like, yeah, 50s were awful.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, that's my kind of so it's ridiculous. People are just, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Have that
I mean, Marie Stopes also sent Hitler a copy of her love poems. So she was not all round.
Oh, so she was
She's a human being. Oh, Molly's here. Hello.
Hello.
Thanks for joining.
I've heard you clamoring for squirrel facts, and this was not bad.
Yes.
Molly has been summoned.
Give it to us. Give us the good stuff. I'm ready.
I just came. I was at dinner at a Nepalese, at like a restaurant with cuisine from Nepal. And I don't know what you guys are reading, and I'm very excited to know. But I just saw the Instagram message, Moni, we need some squirrel facts.
Please. We are all reading different things. Hattie, are you going to start something new? What are you going to go on to?
Well, because the book because I'm now going to switch to Kindle. Because it's there, might as well use it. And I'm going to read something that I've got that's ongoing already. It's the Old Boys Network book about the guy who was the head teacher, the headmaster of Westminster School. Because the other book I've got on my Kindle to read is the Joy of the Ordinary by Catherine Gray, and it's a bit too similar to the Comfort book in terms of like thematically, because it's very much like, you know, rejoice in the ordinariness of your life, rather, and it's the same kind of idea as Matt Haig. So I'm just like, I don't want to do that. So you know,
a bit too much optimism in one night.
not quite. But
have you read Grocery Store Woman?
No, I might add that because I've got a voucher I need to use. I might actually add that to the list and be like, go to Waterstones.
Because that's also very much about the joy in the ordinary. Or Chloe, you've read it too, right? Would you say?
Yeah, yeah, I loved it. I thought it was brilliant, and I think Moni just recently read it.
Last year, yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, Moni, as in Moni here.
Moni. Sorry.
AKA Ren. With an R, not a W. Yeah, I think she just recently read it. And so it was amazing. I loved it. You liked it as well, didn't you, Moni? Yeah. It's so good. And yeah, about the joy of the everyday kind of life, you know, not pushing yourself to do things just because other people want you to do things, and yeah, all that good stuff. Kirsty, you are reading
trash. No. Love on the Brain, Ali Hazelwood.
How are you liking it?
Ooh.
But she's so tiny and so small, and he's so big. Have you thought about it like this?
And Marie Curie on every page. I'm getting so sick of Marie Curie references, and yeah, I just, the writing's just so immature. I hate it. Like, I'm reading it more out of rage than anything else now.
That's definitely a hate read.
But I am now exactly halfway through.
Yeah.
So I'll probably pause it for now and let Shah catch up a bit so we can talk.
And also so you can rest your brain and read something you actually like, maybe.
Yeah. And then, like, it's getting a little bit better now that they're actually, like, talking to each other properly.
Mm.
But no, I really do not like this first-person perspective. I'm not a fan of first person anyway, and the love hypothesis was third person, and I'm just really, I do not like the character in this, and I'm just not getting on with it
Such a shame.
at all. So at the moment, it's sitting on a 2-star for me.
That's very generous.
It's got a couple of bits, like it has made me snigger a couple of times, their interactions, and I love it when they start getting snarky towards each other.
Yeah. Oh,
Like, sarcasm is my love language, so I'm like, yeah.
What about you, Money? Are you still reading the squirrel book? Oh,
I'm
you're
still
frozen, I
reading
think.
this book.
Oh, there you
We
go.
are
You're back.
nearing the end.
You're nearing the end. Okay. Have you got any more squirrel facts?
It's squirrel book time.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, I have. Thank
Tell
you
us
for
the
asking.
story. Tell us about the squirrels, Mommy.
I like how in the group chat it was like a half a second about my day job, and I was like, please ask me about my squirrels facts instead. This is like way preferable.
Just have a little badge.
Just said
Ask me about my
to be said.
squirrels.
I just love that other people are finding the joy in something that I've long loved and studied. So for me, it's lovely when other people are now, like, when you're saying about these facts, and I'm like, oh, I'm so happy that someone else is like looking this up and passionate about it. It's lovely.
Yes. So please
Yeah,
give us.
how wrong was I? Because you were an audience member last time where I was raving on about squirrels, and you know things about nature. So how off was I?
You weren't.
Oh,
It was good.
Yay!
wrong field.
Yeah.
I
Like,
should have been a squirrel scientist all along.
to be fair, I've only added extra bits to what you say, like, so, and it's hard to add bits to something that someone says if they've not given a really good factual grounding.
Yeah.
So yeah, you've done really, really well.
Yeah. There was that one bit that you said something, oh, they can't fly. And so when Kirsty just said that, I was like, well, at least you gave that grounding that they couldn't fly. Very important factual basis.
So my favorite fact of after I listened after the stream that I carried on was that squirrels, like the red squirrels, are as red as oak leaves are green. So the marten, who are red-green blind, they are almost camouflaged.
Oh wow!
Oh wow! That is cool. That is very cool.
But I was on my way to job, and I texted my brother about this in all caps. I was like, "Tell the press!"
You've got everyone involved.
Oh my god, that's amazing. That's so amazing. I love nature. Go back to the comments real quickly. Yes, very efficient, Hattie. We're very impressed. 29 pages of Wild Assassin. What do you think of it? Oh,
Yeah, that's why I've said I'm going to put it down for a bit and let her catch
yeah,
up.
makes sense.
I think she's
Yeah.
still like in double digits, whereas I'm at 170.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I'm just going to let her catch up.
Makes sense. We've got some really good House in the Cerulean Sea love.
That's the one clue I won't read because I've heard about the like the fact what he referenced it from and was inspired by. I have no like, okay, fair, but when people spoke up about it and he was a little bit like, well, I've done it now, I'm not apologizing.
Yeah,
I was a little bit like,
yeah, that's a bit
what was
shady.
the controversy?
From what I can remember, the inspiration for House on the Cerulean Sea were these schools in, I think it was Canada,
I mean, they had residential schools all over Canada and the
But
US.
yeah, it's specifically the Canadian ones, I think, that he picked up.
Yeah.
And it was
the actual
basically
natives.
he's sort of rewritten they were for like Indigenous people, where they were sort of taught how to be non-Indigenous and how to be like
they were
more
called by white
thinking.
names, placed in white families, educated in religion.
Yeah, and he took the inspiration of that and
badly.
basically he made his story.
And
so
many
that
of them
instead
died. Sorry.
But he took that sort of history and rewrote it in a fantasy context to make it so that the bad things didn't happen, and it was like a rescue. From what I understand, obviously, like, this is just what I've seen from what people have said, and Indigenous cult people have said that they don't like that that's what he did, and that he's tried to sort of rewrite that history to make it unicorns and rainbows. And he basically responded with, well, I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, I was just trying to do a good, give an alternative idea towards it, and basically went like, I hear you, but I don't care kind of attitude. But it's the only controversy I've ever seen from him, which is the only reason why I still read him and love his books.
Yeah.
But what I've said with him is like, that's just one, I won't read that particular book because of the issues around it, but I will still continue to read the rest of his stuff because to my knowledge, he's not been a dick about anything else.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a really weird one that I still don't
it's a beautiful book, but I don't really promote it. I mean, if someone brings it up, I'm like, yeah, it's a good book. I really loved it, but
whereas
I'm not
Under the
really
Whispering Door.
Sorry?
I was like, whereas Under the Whispering Door, I will definitely promote, and that book had me
shouted from
sobbing.
But
you guys saw the photo in the chat where I was just crying.
I mean, I'm not particularly keen to promote TJ Clean anyway. I will read Under the Whispering Door, but I'm not gonna be reading anything else.
I think I'm gonna read it and like knowing the context. But
well, yeah, if you didn't know as well, there's no reason why you wouldn't know.
Because I rarely find. I mean, I'm probably gonna find a blog post that's contradicts this, but usually fantasy for me is very much like a 3-star read anyway. So I probably will read it and just be like, okay, I understand the context, but it hasn't been an amazing read. But for all I know, I might suddenly want to read more about the residential schools because that's something I might actually do.
Yeah.
But more off its own, off my interest, my desire to know more, rather than being like, oh, a fantasy book made me do it. So
yeah, that's true.
Which fair enough.
More appreciation for it.
What I like about Clune, he's got ADHD as well, and certainly in his Extraordinaries series, hands down the best ADHD rep I've ever read. Like, I put the book down and cried because I felt so seen and understood for the first time ever. Because ADHD authors that write ADHD tend to focus on the bad side of it and how it makes us disruptive or aggressive or this or misbehaved, whereas he wrote it in like we mess up a lot, but we always have good intentions, or 90% of the time. So that's, I think, why that was the first book I ever read of his. So I think that's why I am reluctant to not want to read his stuff, because I'm like, but he gets me.
I'm currently in a process of officially getting diagnosed. So this has been 5 years in the making, and I finally have an appointment. So the things they need for me to get an official diagnosis, a fucking catalog. I had today to go to the copy shop and make copies of all my what's it called, where you get your grades at the end of the year.
Grades or like report cards or whatever. Yeah.
I had to make a copy of all my report cards from grade 1 to 4.
Oh.
I had to do all of that. I had to get my family to fill in interviews and questionnaires. I had to do, they wanted all these questions filling in. It took me about 2 days, and I was like, I have ADHD. I don't have the attention span to do this.
They told me they're gonna cancel my appointment unless I call in a week before that.
Oh my
So
No,
that they know I
Do
come.
they know who they're dealing with? That's so stupid. Also,
This
Ellen,
is
we need to know, did you
appalling.
order chips?
But the funniest thing was in my actual interview, she was like, "How difficult did you find the questionnaire?" And I was like, "I knew you buggers did it deliberately because you knew." And they were like, "Oh yeah, we knew that you were going to struggle, but it's part of the diagnosis." And I got diagnosed within 3 minutes of the appointment.
I have 3
Wow.
appointments.
Well, I had my assessment because I went private in the end because I was on the list for 3 years and I went further down the list.
Oh,
So
God.
I eventually just went private.
Yeah.
And I started the thing. She was like, "Well, I'm telling you now, just from your questions, I know you've got it." And I was like, "Oh, are you sure?" And she was like, "In the first 5 minutes of this conversation, you've lost your pen 3 times. You haven't sat still once. You keep forgetting what you're saying, and you've been on 5 tangents. Yes, you have it." And I was like,
Hi Kendall, thanks for joining. It has been a really long time. Oh yes, that's on! Yay! I'm so excited for someone else to read that song. I hope you enjoy it. I'm just gonna very quickly try and run through some of these comments and then we can return back to discussions. I don't know what this is, but it sounds interesting. Can you give us a description?
This also looks like a Austrian or German last name. Bunzel.
She knows. She knows what the face is.
No. Shah. Bad Shah.
Bad Shaw.
Wait, which one is it? Message me. See if it's who I think it is.
It's
I will kill you.
Yeah, it's the most recent one.
You're
I
allowed
don't
to be
know
a
if
slow
it's
reader. That's fine. It like last time it was me.
Oh, yeah.
Like when Chloe and I did our buddy read, she was like, "Oh, I've read 40 pages today," and I'm like, "I'm still on page 8." I've been for the last week.
It's only because I just couldn't. I really didn't want to get behind because I didn't want to be like
No,
doing
it's
the
fine.
behind. And then I got really, really into it, and then just like
Yeah. Whereas I just I think once I hit about page 80, my brain switched off and just could. Every time I looked at it, I was like, "Ugh."
Yeah.
So I was like, "No, I'll get to page 100 and then I'm giving up."
Yeah. Yeah. So what else did you need, Money, for your appointments? Was it just? So it was the report cards.
The report cards, I needed like a blood works with like extra like thyroid values and what have you. I needed like an EKG. I don't know what the English one is, the heart thingy.
Yeah, it's
same here.
Yeah.
Where they found something, so I now have to go to the cardiologist.
It's because ADHD medication is a stimulant and it is extremely dangerous to give that medication to people with any kind of heart problem.
And
Like, I don't have any heart problems, but
Sorry.
oh, it is who I thought it was. Shah, put your phone down.
Shall you owe me a long voice note?
But yeah, I don't have any heart problems or anymore. I used to, and on one of the doses of the medication they put me on, my heart started having really bad palpitations, and I was like, "Oh God."
Oh, no.
But I was like, "Do you know what? It's worth it," because on the first day of the medication, I started crying, and my ex was like, "What on earth?" And I was like, "I've put a task down. I've gone and done something else, and I've come back and I finished that task." I was like, and I'm having one thought at a time. I don't have any song, and I just couldn't stop crying because I was like, "Is this what normal people have?"
Yeah.
And I could not believe it. And it was the first time in my life I actually had peace in my mind, and it was amazing.
Oh, that's good. My entire life I sweated when I'm cold, which when you grow up in San Francisco, which is rainy and cloudy and cold, and then you come to England where it is also rainy, cloudy, and cold. I spend, and it happens within a minute. I'll start sweating the minute I go outside. I finally got absolutely sick of just not going out in the winter, and asked my GP for. So I was like, there has to be medication for this. because I know there's medication for things like hyperhidrosis, which is like excessive sweating, and so like there has to be something. And so the first time I got put on medication, the first day when I didn't sweat when I left the house, changed my life. But now I have to be very paranoid that my heart rate is too slow. So that's
Yeah.
But yeah. Shall we do another sprint?
One more thing I
Mostly-
needed to go to the neurologist and get like my brain waves measured.
Ooh, I bet that's really cool to see.
See,
that.
I wanted all of that. I wanted to get all those
Oh.
tests done because, like, people with ADHD, our brains are literally like in some cases, like parts of our brain are actually missing. They didn't develop in the womb. And so, like, for people that get the test through the NHS, they do all of those scans and everything. But going private, it just, for all of that, I had to pay an extra $3,000 and I just could not afford it. But yeah, it's amazing that even though it's taken 5 years, I think it's awesome that they've done all the tests for you. So you'll get, but it also lets them rule as many other things out that could be causing some of the symptoms of the ADHD as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm complaining and I'm being very sour about it, but yeah, obviously I'm very privileged to live in Germany and to like have like universal healthcare that covers a lot of things.
It did still take you 5 years, but it, it's good that you got it.
Oh my god, what book's that? Sorry, I've just seen the comment that's just popped
Oh,
up.
it was
Carl
Carl Bunzel.
Yeah, I'm looking at Peter Bunzel.
Peter Bunzel, Carl Bunzel.
That is going straight on steampunk plus mechanical clocks.
I'm always looking for more steampunk. Ooh.
There's one that I've got on my Kindle. Like there was a Twitter thing last year where they gave out free books. And I've got one that's like a steampunk one. I can't remember what it's called now.
It's not the Natasha Pulley one, is it?
No, that was crap.
That was awful, wasn't it?
The filigree clockmaker of Filigree Street.
Yeah. Oh my god. It was awful.
It was not what they advertised it as in any way, shape, or form, and it was not steampunk.
It was racist.
The only thing that was good was the octopus.
It was really racist.
The only thing that was good was the mechanical octopus. Like that gave me a love for octopus.
I had to do nothing within 50
the best
pages.
verb ever now. Like because there was one bit where it was like the octopus like climbs out of chest of drawers, lands, and then octopused out of the room. And I was just like, that's such a good visual.
Yeah.
It's like one of its legs goes slash. I was just like, I love it.
I mean, it said things like, it's a relatively new book, and it used the term Oriental. It's again this like whole, it's historical fiction, so we can be as racist as we want to, and it's like it's a fantasy. You don't need to be racist.
Have any of you read the 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle?
No, but I do own
Yes, I have.
It was so fat phobic. I could not believe
it was like, okay, that's unexpected.
like there's every chapter, without spoiling it, every chapter focused on a different person, and one person is fat. And like I would say about a third of the dialogue in this chapter is about how disgusting, how horrible.
Oh no.
And I'm like, from when is this book? He can't do that. And also like kind of weird, like how he absolutely loathed like having to take any help because he needed help because of like health concern of this person. And like this was just so icky.
Oh no.
Did you notice that too, Hattie?
Like, I think that might go back to the charity shop.
Yeah, I definitely I haven't got it, but if I had, it would be
it's at my dad's house for me.
Like it's good after you get over it, but like this chapter was rough.
Without that chapter, it could have been. I can't remember what I rated it, but like it was sort of thing that like it wasn't really that reference wasn't really necessary. And I mean, I've got the author of the other book in the background somewhere, and it's kind of like it was quite sort of unbelievable that like in that chapter with the fat phobic comments, it was like there was no other personality but the fact the person was fat. It just like Really?
Yeah, and it's all about like figuring out what your true personality is. And I don't know who I really am. I'm like, you're a fat phobic fuck. Like that's like I figured that one out, you bitch.
I called that in the first 50 pages.
That's kind of like with Ali
I've never
Hazelwood's
had anybody
tweets.
mention that in reviews either.
Yeah, that's
kind of like with
I think
these.
so good comment.
What is your personality trait? Oh, tall. And bigger.
As a tall woman, I agree.
Dear Ali Hazelwood,
my
tall isn't a personality trait.
I don't know if you guys saw in that sprint, but at one point I was like, because she described him. Carry on talking. I will find the quote and I will tell you. And I was just like, what? How do you even describe someone like that?
Is it the one that you sent me a picture of?
No, that was just me showing you an example of how the writing is.
You can't
Have
swear
you?
on my channel.
She like described him as built like a Victorian house. Like in the UK, we have an expression "built like a brick shit house." Like that's an expression that I know and grew up knowing. But
Like, is this British?
built like a Victorian house.
That phrase doesn't make it personally because like my parents' house is like Victorian. So to me that phrase is like what it's full of holes and it's drafty.
There we go.
And he's got a fireplace inside of him.
Life
Like,
to word was.
God.
It's like, and especially considering that he's built like a Victorian mansion. Like what?
Mansion.
Oh, a mansion. I love that.
Party like a palace.
It's an
Like
American Victorian mansion, because they've got like the tower built. I'm just like,
that's an oxymoron. You can't have an American Victorian house. There's such thing.
yeah, you can, but then they're usually imitation.
Yeah, it's like the Victorian period.
Yeah, they're imitation. They're not Victorian. That's the reason.
Have you seen the thread of describe yourself like a male author would?
No.
Like where they would be like Asian users would be like, oh, this exotic beauty. Or like just describe a paragraph of boobs.
I can guarantee my boobs would be described as globes.
Yes.
I guarantee it. They'd be like voluptuous globes, and I'm like, no, they are mother pads, and they are awful.
Like,
no.
That would probably be like small and unoffensive.
You have a nice Twitter bio. Have you thought about that?
When people like describe boobs as small and perky.
I wonder what my upstairs neighbour's thinking right now.
I just think the way that, like, because I think at the beginning of last year, I read a book about the female anatomy because I thought, I wanted to kind of read about it.
We don't get too much about it in the UK.
No, exactly. Like it's very very, very sort of simplistic. Even like PSHE kind of classes, and then it made me realize like a lot of the male thinking around cis female or whatever, or female presenting bodies is very offensive. I think like the way that men describe female bodies, it makes me think they think that women are jars of jam that you just like, oh, if you break the seal. Then you can, it's just like what?
Terrifying. I went to a non-mainstream school, so I went to a school for physically disabled and mentally disabled children from the age of about 9, 10 to 18. Didn't get taught any literally no sex education at all, because we're disabled people. Nobody's going to want to have sex with disabled people. Disabled people don't have sex. Disabled people shouldn't understand consent because they don't need to understand consent because their bodies are for the use of everybody around them. Carers, doctors, everything. Oh, infuriating.
It's like when you get episodes like in Call the Midwife where there was a girl with Down syndrome that got pregnant. And just some of the commentary around it. Like, I understand they are showing what it was like back then, but even now you get people who are like,
I just feel like you need to.
oh,
We
you
have
can't
such
have a
bad
baby, you have this.
representation. We have such bad representation of disability now. I'd much rather see more positive representation of it now than see the negative representation that we've had in the past.
Yeah,
we
there
don't
was a
need
girl.
to be doing that.
There was a girl at uni that she had dwarfism, or has dwarfism, I should say. She's still alive.
Good to know.
But she got pregnant about 4 years ago, and the very first thing that she was told by a doctor is you should consider abortion before anything else.
Yeah.
Like the second she said, I'm pregnant, oh, have you considered abortion? She was like, absolutely not. And it was just disgusting.
My mum was told, are you going to keep your baby? When they knew I was disabled.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Yeah, pretty shit. Shall we do some more reading on that note? I will finally, if Karlie's still here, I will finally start ACOTAR.
I like Shah's comments here. I live in a Victorian house. It's not very impressive. It's cold and falling apart.
My next Twitter bio. I'm also told it.
Not very impressive. Cold and falling apart.
I don't exist for a male author. Like when we go back to, I don't think I've ever heard anyone describe a tall woman anywhere, except for the horrible movie
They
Tall
didn't
Girl.
exist in Victorian. Tall women didn't exist in Victorian time.
No.
It's like the flat share, the adaptation. The one thing that annoyed me the most is in the book. One of the big things about Effie is that she is tall. She's like 6 foot, and I loved that representation of her in the book. But then in the adaptation, she's played by, I can't remember the name of her. She played
Jessica Finley.
Thank you. I adore her, but my brain went blank. But she's played by her, and she's only 5'3" or 5'4".
Oh my god!
So I was like, I know that they've changed various things, but that is such an integral part to that character.
Yeah.
Could you really not have found a woman that was 6 foot? I mean, look at Gwendolyn Christie.
Could have asked me.
Yeah,
I'm 5'11". I feel like I could have. Give me shoes. I can pull off a 6 foot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
All right. We'll see you in 45 minutes.
Helps to unmute, doesn't it?
So they say.
Have you seen my bow today?
Oh, so cute.
That's such a vibe, the bow and the jumper. That's such a cozy little vibe.
Molly is a bow girl and does it very well.
I have a collection.
I tried to be a bow girl and got told I looked stupid, so I stopped.
Amateur mistake.
That is a dick move.
Well, that was my ex, so he was a dick, whatever.
Yeah, but like I only started really getting into it after someone said I looked cute. So maybe I would have stopped if I had got some negative feedback about it.
Well, I did my hair up. I put it up kind of. Let's see if I can do it very
half
roughly.
up, half down.
But I kind of did it like this, and I put a little bow in, and I thought I looked really, really cute. And I put makeup on, and I went downstairs, and he was like, "You look like a 6-year-old," and that was it. I was just like, "Oh well," and it was just like every time I tried something different, like I did pigtails one time, and again I thought it looked really nice, and he was like, "You look like a child. You look stupid." So I just gave up trying.
He sounded like.
You should try your bows again.
Prick.
I will. I think anything that appeared childish, like he thought a lot of what I did was childish. But yeah.
I think there's a true majority on not giving a shit what's childish. I think it's immature to care about what other people think is mature.
Yeah, so now I'm just like, whatever. I've
Fuck
said
him.
Yeah.
or don't, because why would you want to?
I mean, not literally, but you know.
But I was even saying to Shah just yesterday that I really want to be more expressive with my clothing, because like as a child I wasn't allowed to wear things like gothic and alternative clothing, because my mum, that was around about the time with what happened with Sophie Lancaster, who was a gothic girl who was murdered by a group of teenagers for being a goth. They beat her to death basically. And my mum was terrified of something like that happening to me because of how people judge people that dress like that. So she wouldn't let me like dye my hair. I wasn't allowed to get the piercings. I wasn't allowed to dress like the full My Chemical Romance, etc. So I repressed all that. And then I didn't want to wear things like a lot of like fairy and cottagecore stuff because I was told that it didn't look good on me. And so I've just been very like jeans and t-shirts since I was about 12. Whereas now it's like, no, I want to express myself now and I want to be a bit more like confident.
To be fair, I also don't think pastel pink is a very good color on me because, you know, I have pretty red skin because of my skin condition. But just every time I see something that's pastel pink, I'm just get so happy. And, you know, other people have to look at me. I don't walk by mirrors that much. So I couldn't give a shit how I look in it.
I was on one of the challenges I'm doing on Storygraph. It said choose a book with your least favorite color, and I was like, I don't have a least favorite color, but I put it as pink because I know that's a lot of other people's least favorite colors.
So beat the backlist.
Yeah. I was like, I don't know what else to put, so I put it in pink.
I know which book I've chosen for that.
Oh, which one?
Oh, it's actually here. You guys, I'll go find. Ow.
My least favorite color is beige.
Oh, actually, yeah, I don't like beige.
Yeah, I don't really have a color I dislike, but I think beige is very bland, especially when it's like used to decorate like kids' spaces because it's really boring.
Yeah.
Sad Werner Herzog.
Do you watch
the
sad beige? on Instagram, sad beige clothes for sad beige children.
Beige is great in certain capacities. But no, this one I didn't like the pink, but it doesn't count because Beat the Backlist is meant to be only for books that were published before in 2022 and before, or that you owned. So the one that I've gone for is technically one that gets published this year, but I got hold of it last year, so it counts. And it's this one because I just all of those colours. It's so bright. It's a very vibrant pink again, and I'm just like, I don't like that cover at all. And it's a lot of, I don't like big, bold, bright colours very much. So I've gone with that as my cap.
I've gone with A Quick Game Magazine just because I really wanted to read it last year, and I started reading it, but then I stopped.
It's a very pretty hand on the cover. It looks very
gorgeous. It is
that's
a
the kind of
gorgeous
pink
cover.
I don't mind.
And the spine. Oh, it's so pretty. And I actually like pink, but I know it's people's least favorite colors, so I was like, well, I'm gonna go with pink.
How did you guys get along reading wise?
Because I'm reading the book about the Westminster School, so it wasn't the sort of book I was going to sort of binge and like absolutely love. I also changed the setting on my Kindle so I can actually see how long I've got left in the book in terms of time, so it's kind of a got better idea. And because it's getting to the point in the book where he mentions a lot of historical detail, like sort of world events, I spent more time Googling the world events and the people he mentions rather than reading the book, so that's quite sort of funny.
I did that in Circus of Wonders. She kept dropping names of all these famous people that were in like circuses across, like PC, all the people that were involved in PC Barnum and everything, and I was like constantly just looking up all the people that were involved because I was like, that's more interesting to me than the actual story.
I didn't do any reading in that sprint because I was letting Shah catch up. That was what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Completely blank then.
You froze, and I was like, she's frozen.
No, that was my brain froze, not me. So I've set up, I've got my February cover page set up.
Oh,
and then you might have seen me over at the bookshelf quite a bit because I was going through, I wanted a love quote, and what I've decided is every month, whatever my theme that month is, I'm going to pick a quote from the Psy Changeling series because my favourite series. So I was like, right, okay, she's got a bajillion quotes about love and romance, and I was like, okay, who's my favourite couple? Sahara and Caleb. I was like, right, their book. Yeah. So I went to their book, picked out, and I've got kiss after kiss, stroke after stroke. They couldn't get enough, would never get enough. That was like, so beautiful. So that's my quote for February.
Very fancy. Nice.
Chloe, how did you get along?
I managed to read 8% of Guns and Roses. Is that the right? Yeah, that's the name of the book. It's okay. It's okay.
Ring endorsement.
It's okay.
How people react about it, you'd expect by now you'd be like, it's amazing.
Yeah. It's fine. It's still very early days. I'm only like 40 pages in on my ebook. It does have, and I'm kind of annoyed, it has a map at the beginning, which is really nice. And I love maps, but not on an ebook where you can't see it without going all the way back to the beginning, losing your page. Ugh.
Do you know what you do?
What?
You get a tab open on your computer and you bring the map up on your computer so that way you don't have to keep doing it.
That's a good idea. What I ended up doing was take a picture of it. So I've got a picture of it.
Yeah.
So that's something. Sandra joined us. Hi, Sandra. Oh, yeah, Molly, how did you get on?
I finished my book.
You did? Does that mean no more squirrel facts?
No more squirrel facts. And also, 5 minutes in, I was very glad I was muted because I wanted to scream. And, throwing books is not as fun when you read on your phone. Because 5 minutes into the sprint, he did a fat phobia. After we just talked about it.
In a book about squirrels.
In a book about squirrels.
How do you...
I love how you went back.
I just remembered that I'm renting.
Why? What was the... there's never really
It was a chapter, a very, well-researched, very nice, very animal fact heavy chapter about, how animals play and why some animals play and others don't. And, the whole science behind it. And then
Yeah.
in the last, I'm so livid. I couldn't concentrate on anything. I was just like skimming from
I
that
don't
up, because I
blame
was like,
you.
I cannot concentrate. I cannot take anything because I'm so
No.
bad. Because he said, so that's why it's like really bad with like how important play is. That nowadays children only play video games and don't go out to play anymore. That's why they all turn out so fat, and they can't sleep it off like some rodents in the winter.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
That sounds like
I mean,
that sounds like something my grandmother would say. But yeah.
I mean,
What a
as someone
sad
who's
old
worked in-
man!
I wouldn't agree with the fat thing, but I would, as someone that works in teaching, I would definitely agree with the whole kids don't get out and about enough these days.
Well,
Certainly
yeah,
once they hit
yeah.
teenagers. But
Yeah.
still, that's just no.
That is pretty.
That's
That's
bad.
pretty irritating.
Because
damning.
everything else was so well researched, and then he was just
But you're
like so
enjoying
out
it
of
so
pocket.
much, and then for him to just Tell
us you hate
Ugh.
kids without telling us you hate kids. They
yeah.
stay indoors and get fat.
Mm.
Fuck this man.
Oh my god. What a dick. I hope you took your meds.
I can confirm she has.
Yes. Wear all the bows and pigtails. Absolutely. And then send us pictures because we want to see how cute you are. Yeah, it's not childish. Express yourself. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, Charles bought a dress that she showed me yesterday, and it's just like gothic princess
Yeah.
and it.
Absolutely.
She's like, do I buy this? And I was like, well, are you going to go without
Obviously.
food or bills if you do buy it? And she was like, no. I was like, then buy the pretty.
Yeah. I keep looking at all the dresses on like Cider and stuff, and I'm like, oh,
yeah, but 60 quid
Oh.
dress, I just.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a bit much for me. Oh, I was a little emo child. I had pink and black hand warmers. I had a hoodie that was zipped all the way up to the top. It had little like eye holes, and I was like a little skeleton.
I was never allowed any of that. But I understood my mum's fear, especially as I lived in a very chav-heavy centre. I lived in a very chav-heavy area. So I understand my mum's fear, but at the same time, it was like when there's a group of 50 of us at the park, I highly doubt I would have been the one that got beaten up. Then again, with my luck.
People take the piss of me for having only had colourful cars. But why? Yeah, why would you want a boring car?
You never find it in the parking lot.
Car, I'm like, oh my god, that's so boring. I mean, we buy what we can get, really. Obviously, when it comes to cars.
Oh no, not
for me. I didn't manage to get. I didn't get a choice in my colour car, but I have a Postman Pat colour car, which I like. It's a red car. It's great. My previous car was turquoise blue, which I like.
I have a turquoise car.
Ah, cute.
Go ahead.
Do you get yours on Motability, Chloe?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're very restrictive. They're like, you can have one of these 10 cars in one of these like 2 colours.
But also, you'd have to wait longer if you wanted it in a different colour. Yeah. So basically, when I got my second one, though I was like, how quick can I get another car? And they were like, well, if you go with this one or this exact one in this exact colour, then you can have it within 6 months. And I was like, done. I don't want to sit around and wait around for another car. So I wasn't that bothered. The nice thing about Motability is a scheme that they do in the UK. I think they do it in all of UK. I'm not entirely sure. But it's a charity that takes your PIP mobility money and loans you an accessible car. Loans you an accessible car. You don't get a free car, and you don't get the PIP.
Yeah, and you can only have them for 4 years at most.
I managed to have
Okay.
my previous car for 6 years, because after 4 years, I still hadn't been renewed for. They still hadn't done my PIP assessment, so they were like, "Okay, we're just going to keep renewing it until you get your PIP assessment." So I got my PIP assessment, and they were like, "Yeah, we're going to give you 5 years on that one, because what are they going to do with the car when they get it back?
They sell them on
It's
as
adapted
regular.
to me." Yeah, but they can sell it to taxi drivers, but yeah, it mostly is. Yeah, they do sell them to taxi drivers occasionally.
Yeah, they sell them to like car show places as well, like secondhand car places.
Yeah,
They just become regular cars.
yeah, but they don't get nearly the same amount of like money back they put into it. I had one when I was filling up the because I've got AdBlue on my car because it's a diesel car, which means you need to put in the stuff that offsets the emissions. It's the worst idea for a car for a disabled person. And he was helping me because I needed help doing it because I couldn't do it myself. And the guy was like, "Oh, so you got this car for free then?" And I'm like, "No, my disability benefits pay for it that I don't see. It's rented. I'm responsible for all the petrol, all of the upkeep of the car. That they're asking me to keep up more and more of the car. So yeah. Anyway, that was a little bit of a tangent. But yeah, so many people in the UK think, "Oh, you got a free car. You get a free Mini." It's like, no, it's not how it works. I would like a Mini, but it wouldn't fit my wheelchair in it, so it'd be pretty useless.
And then it's like, if something goes wrong with the car, you still have to pay for it. Like, that's not covered. And it's, like, if you got a free car, then that'd be great. But no, it's not.
Yeah.
And I get so angry at the attitude towards people on benefits. It makes me so angry.
Yeah.
It's like, well,
really
if I had
toxic.
a choice, it's not,
And also, there's the issue of my last car got into 2 accidents on the lot that I wasn't even present for when it was in to be serviced. The second time, the front basically was totaled. And they came to me and said, "We're really sorry, we got you into this car accident. We're going to write it off and write you a check. It's because it's been totaled." And I was like, "This is an adapted vehicle that cost £40,000 to adapt. You're telling me that you've totaled it?" And they were like, "Oh, actually, yeah, we can probably fix it. Fine." Yeah.
They
And so,
were
of course,
sweating, as they should have been.
yeah, exactly. They were like, "Oh, we're just gonna write it off." And I was like, no.
No, you're not.
Friggin' not. And also, when that car is out of action, I can't travel anywhere. I can't go to work. I can't do any socializing because, like, they say, "Oh, we can give you a replacement car." They don't just sit around and have an adapted vehicle ready as a backup. So, yeah. Anyway, it's very annoying. And yes, I absolutely hate AdBlue. It's a nightmare. I don't know why they would give a disabled person a car that required not only diesel but required the AdBlue as well. It's just another thing that you need help with. Anyway, stupid. Anyway, I'm gonna stop ranting.
Get it out.
Fine, we only need Hattie to have a rant now, and then that's all 4 of us have gone on a rant.
Yeah, Hattie, this is
I'm
a
not
safe
really
space.
in a ranty mood at the minute, but I do agree about the sort of negativity around benefit recipients, because it's really toxic. I think it's kind of ingrained in how people perceive people who become well, famous because of it. Because there's that guy who he got famous on Jeremy Curl for having he's married and he had a girlfriend, and then the kids got then the kids were involved in a really horrible fire at their house. And I think people kind of those kind of stories that people kind of watch like a car accident, it does feel really quite gross that everyone thinks everybody who gets benefits is like that. It's like, no, they're not. Like the people who I mean, I'm not trying to. I know it sounds like me going, oh, my friends are black and therefore I'm not racist. But like the people I know who receive benefits of all sorts, they work so hard, and they're not doing it for a laugh.
Of effort to upkeep benefits. Yeah. It's a part-time job, at least, being disabled and taking up, trying to upkeep your benefits. Is that the family where it turns out
that's the guy. That's the one.
Oh. I've not heard of this at all.
His name's Mick Philpott, I think.
Oh.
And yeah, that was just horrible. And also, I mean, I'm not trying to sound again weird, but because after I finished my job and I was like, I really need to get myself organised, like seriously, because otherwise I'm just not going to have excuse after a while. I reapplied because I misplaced my provisional license, so I couldn't really take driving lessons. I couldn't book them and like that. And today I reapplied for it, so hopefully when that turns up, I can actually be a bit more efficient, because I realised a lot of the jobs I want to do, I need to actually drive to do them. Or because I mean, where I live, it's like it's fine, but the job options are very limited. It's like retail or like retail
or warehouse.
Yeah. And I imagine you live in a place that doesn't have very good rural public transport.
It's close to a train station, but it's not. It's very sort of like it's a sort of train station that like you wouldn't really go your way to get to, if it makes sense. Because it's not I'm not in central Southampton. I'm kind of like on the outside, fringe of it. So I can't really do anything to because even when that job I applied for that I'm hearing back from. If I drove, it'd be like maybe a 10-minute journey by car, and instead of like a 7-minute train journey and then like a 20-minute walk. You know what I mean? It's just like I feel like I genuinely need to get myself into gear, because otherwise I'm just not gonna,
Well, we can hold you accountable. We'll be messaging you every month, going, "How's the driving?"
Yeah, hopefully.
Actually, did I meet you through Jess? Is that how?
Yes, I think you did. Yeah.
I was trying to remember whether you just sort of randomly came onto my channel, or whether I think me and Jess were together sprinting, and you were there as well. So I was just trying to remember.
That was the case.
It's been a while since I've met you, so just trying to make sure that.
No, honestly, I'm quite sort of not really astounded, but the fact that like everyone's been brought together by books is just like it's amazing, And
I love our little group. It's so fun.
And especially as like last year and this year, and like for as long as everyone's been doing this, I personally feel like mental health wise, it saved my mental health like quite a bit a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Because
I've said a few times, BookTube literally got me through last year. Like the friends that I've made through BookTube, you guys are what got me through last year.
Yeah, and you guys are really helping me at the moment when my life is just weird right now. I think everyone's in a like weird kind of.
I feel like my life's in a bit of a stagnant period at the moment. That's how I'm feeling.
It's going downhill.
Well, we're here for you, Money.
Thank you.
We're always here for your stories, your squirrel facts, your car accident stories. I told my mum that, and she was like, "How do you know these people?"
Actually, I was the one who hit him in the car. That's how we met.
Oh yeah, surprise!
And that's how I met your mother.
That's what you missed on Glee. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, this group of people that we've met. This has been so lovely. I felt that on Monday when I was chatting with Hattie and Money, and I loved when we did our little book club. I thought that was really lovely.
It's
So-
because like
so glad I met
what I
you guys.
realized is while like because I'm part of like a book sort of thing that's run by my local bookshop, and it's fine, but like they take it very serious. Obviously, understandably, they take it very seriously, and I'm just like when I get to when I sort of get a chance to talk, I'm like So I think it's more a case of like I can't just chat shit for 5 minutes because like while I kind of can, that they're very into like looking for the subtext of books. It's like that's not really what I want to do all the time. Right, so I'd much rather just like chat shit with people, and then have that sort of separately. And also
you can be open as well. You can be honest about, at least when I'm in like book groups, I kind of feel like I'm a little bit pressured to like it or to like agree with the opinions. Whereas when it's all done online, I don't feel that physical like pressure where I have to agree with someone. I can be like, actually, I don't really agree with you. Necessarily, politely, I don't disagree. I don't agree with you. Yeah, so it's really freeing.
Yeah.
Friends. And yeah, you would be sat right next to me.
I mean, it's not like you didn't have a very good excuse for not being there.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
absolutely.
being put into hospital twice in 2 weeks, I think,
Yeah.
is a valid excuse for not feeling up for driving.
Absolutely, yeah.
But obviously, you're still very
And
valid.
we'll do it another time. So yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, shall we do one more spread? I think I might do one more and then call it a night, if that's all right.
Yeah, that sounds.
Yeah, I'm starting to flag a little bit.
Yes.
I would like to read more of. I'd like to get a little bit further into ACOTAR and then go and sit on the floor with Paula and give her cuddles and listen to a Quaker and Lizzie. So
I'm gonna carry on finishing setting up my bullet journal.
Love you, Sandra.
Stuff.
Yeah, that sounds good. So, Mommy, are you going to start a new book or what's your plan?
Yeah, my phone has only 1%.
Oh.
So I guess I'll start a physical. Let's see.
I guess I'll start a physical book then.
Like a plebeians. I have to actually touch paper. My delicate fingers.
Oh my god. Be careful not to get a paper cut. Or get hit by a car.
I hope I manage.
On destination.
Like, you don't know where I store my books.
No, across the street. In a three-room library. Okay, shall we do have I got everyone on the yeah. Should we do a final 45? Is that good? Yeah?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Final sprint. See you all in 45.
Bye.
Bye. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello. How do we all do?
I started a new audiobook.
Oh, what did you start?
Splintered by A.G. Howard. It's like an Alice in Wonderland retelling.
Oh, cool.
Just while I was finishing setting up my journal, I just put that on, and it's interesting. Very, very YA again.
Okay.
Like, she's describing her childhood best friend, and it's like, it's just kind of, oh, they keep thinking they know better than me, and I know better than everybody else because I'm a teenager. So, and I'm a bit like, oh God.
Oh no.
I've definitely, in the last 6 months, I have just completely switched off of YA, and I really struggle with YA now.
Yeah.
Like, some YA has been really good, but I've noticed it's the YA that's borderline adult is I'm still okay with, but yes, a lot of it is just, so I'll see how I get on. But yeah, I am now getting very tired though.
Yeah, I mean, you saw
True.
me yawn. Yeah, I'm
Barely could keep
frozen.
my eyes open.
Yeah, and my eyes are just really dry as well. How about you, Hattie, Money? How did you get on?
I was still reading the I'll make sure I was unmuted as well. I've been reading the still reading the Old Boys Network on my Kindle.
Yep.
It's readable, at least. I mean,
Such high praise.
Best review of the
I
whole night.
don't know, because I anticipate it being like a 3-star read because it's readable and it's interesting because a lot of the people who pop up and who mentioned as students, for example, end up being like I Google their name and they'd be like, oh, they were this and that and the other, and I'm just like, it's interesting, reading about it.
Yeah.
But I don't have an emotional connection to Westminster School.
Yeah.
I don't really think it's gonna be a very highly rated book for me. The guy was very enthusiastic, clearly, and wanted to do right by the people he was teaching. But I just don't think I'm going to be like, I want to. It's not the sort of book I'm going to be recommending to people unless they really like memoirs of teachers. I don't know.
I was going to say, what's the significance of Westminster School?
The guy who wrote it was a headmaster of Westminster School, and I think I picked it up because I was going through my Kindle and going by each category and picking a book from the category.
Okay.
And so because otherwise I don't think I'd have picked up otherwise, because I don't really think it's the sort of thing I'd read ordinarily.
What is Westminster School? Is that something that is known?
Westminster School is a private school in England that a lot of people who come from it, they end up having quite significant positions in positions of like faith in England, or they become politicians. It's quite close connected with like Oxford, but yeah.
When
it's readable, and it's very 70s.
Oh, okay. When we were talking about the other day, Moni was like, "What's Westminster School?" And I was like, "I'm assuming the significance of it being in Westminster School is that it's, I mean, Westminster is the seat of government, really. So I figured it would have like a knock-on connection to, like creating the future politicians, kind of like Eton, I'd imagine. Is that kind of what it's like, Hattie?
That kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what Westminster School is.
Okay.
Apparently, I mean, my dad knows the current headmaster, and I'm like, and when I told him about it, he was like, "Oh, that's the guy," and I was like, "That's cool." So it's nothing groundbreaking, but you
Yeah.
know, it's very 70s, very much like
Yeah.
lots of
You're breaking up a
slightly.
bit, actually.
Yep.
Oh,
Goodbye.
she's still here. I don't know what's going on.
What did you
Oh
read?
dear. Yeah. How did you get on, Mommy?
Oh, I started a new book,
Ooh.
the third volume
Heaven's official blessing, isn't it, or something?
Yes, the books are very beautiful.
That's very pretty.
I want them.
The second one is even prettier. I'll get up later.
Send us a picture. We're fine.
No, I think it's fine. It's fine. I feel like the last book really, like, everything that wasn't dialogue felt like it had to be read from a scroll. Like, it's translated from Chinese, so I don't know if that's like something got lost in translation. But I feel like in this book it's less so. Like, in the last book I really felt like I would have to read it like, and he was the second son of yayyy. But I feel like, but then the dialogue they would say "fuck it," and like very casually. So, but I'm so tired. It's like an hour later in Germany.
Yeah, me
So
too.
like this very like tough language. I'm like,
Yeah. Bye, Kendall. Thanks so much for joining.
My thing is, I'm knackered, but I know for a fact that I'm not going to sleep if I go to bed.
Yeah.
Especially
I will
considering
probably
how
go
I've
to sleep
slept.
before I go to bed. And I still haven't had my nightly cuddle with Paula. I need to do that. Hello. Unfortunately, we are just heading out. And Sandra, nice. Ooh. What's it about? Can you send us a blurb on the group chat? Also, if you wanted to make me a chocolate and lavender candle, I would buy that. Because it sounds amazing to me.
Unfortunately, lavender is the one scent that will never appear in my candles because I'm actually allergic to it.
Oh, okay.
Like,
well, that's fair.
Even the lavender plants themselves, I'm allergic to, but even the scent of lavender, it is an insta trigger for my migraines. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. I just need to catch the tiniest hint of it, and that's it. I've got a migraine. Like chocolate, I don't mind. I've done chocolate candles. Like, that's not a problem. But it's the chocolate and lavender. I just don't see that being a very nice combination anyway.
I quite like that. But obviously, if you're allergic, that's no.
I don't really like strong smells, but like I got like 2 years ago, I got like a little candle as a gift, like a scented one.
Nice.
So I like now I moved in and I built all this furniture and like it has this sort of IKEA woodsy, I don't know, smell. So it's like, oh, I'm gonna burn a candle, right? So I had it here, like on the stone. So because I'm very, very, I'm very forgetful, not gonna take any chances, right? So I leave the room for 15 minutes to take away my laundry. I come back, the candle is still going, but the entire glass had exploded. So I had like glass shards and wax all over my windowsill.
That shouldn't happen because
I thought that.
No, as in that's nothing you did. That's a manufacturing problem because no.
No, I think that's what I did because I had like the match and I dropped the match, so there was like a little bit of wood in there. Maybe that got too hot.
No,
I don't know.
The glass in glass jars should be heat resistant. They should not. They shouldn't do that.
Oh,
that's a manufacturing thing. That won't be something you did.
Welcome back, Hattie.
Oh, it's the I keep hearing a weird noise.
I don't know what happened because I think it was a Wi-Fi thing, but it looked from another perspective, it looks like I rage quit after talking about, like, you know, 1970s.
No, you
schools. It's
went quite robotic for a bit, and we were getting like gaps.
okay.
So I was
Yeah,
sort
you
of
were
like,
still explaining
I think,
what Westminster, what you were saying about your dad knew the headmaster, and then it started cutting out, and then you vanished.
Yeah.
So
it was like, they're on to you. The Secret Service, they don't like you talking about this. You've got to go.
Cut off!
I can't go. So I think because basically I'm not trying to like, you know, I'm trying to like cue barge, but just yes, when I told my dad about that fact I was reading the book, he's like, because he knows the current headmaster, because it turns out rugby school, which is where he went when my dad actually went for his like secondary school, and Westminster School have quite a close connection, so it kind of makes sense. But I don't know if I would really recommend this kind of book to people because it's so specific.
Yeah.
That unless you kind of have an emotional connection to the school, there's no point.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But because as I think I mentioned in the previous thing, when I with the Art of Being Ordinary by Catherine Gray, it was a bit too similar to the other book I was reading, and I kind of didn't want sort of to get really bored really quickly, because otherwise I'd just get, you know, I feel like I'd be repeating myself with like reviewing the same book, like
yeah. You got to have a bit of a break up in between similar things. Yeah. Well, thank you all so much for joining me at today's time. Oh, that is pretty. Oh,
you said it's on Webtoons, isn't it?
Is it on Webtoons?
It's the webtoon is, I think the site is called Billy.
Oh.
There is like legal the webtoon, but this is the book, not the web.
That's very pretty.
Yes.
Are they the novels?
These are the novels, right?
Okay.
They have pictures though.
It's really complicated because there's like a lot of Chinese stories and stuff, less on the manga, more on like light novels. They do like the novels, they do graphic novels, they do all sorts of different things, and it's really hard. Like there's another one that I'm really interested in called Under the Oak Tree, and it's really hard to actually get someone to tell me, where do I start with this? Do you start with the webtoon? Should I start with the books? Which came first? And it's really, really hard to get an answer. So it's basically just a case of roll a dice and pick one.
Yeah. Roll a dice. No, here the novels came first.
Just roll a dice. It's fine.
Yeah, roll a dice, pick one, and then you can just enjoy the media. So with Under the Oak Tree, I've started the webtoon, and then with this one, I really want to get the novels. They were selling them at Yayyy, and I just kept seeing them and wanting them. But I'd already overloaded my bags at that point. I learned my lesson. This year, I take a suitcase. Last year, I just took my backpack.
Oh, pretty. Oh, you'll have to send us all pictures on the group chat.
And it's Yayyy, isn't it, that one?
So pretty.
Yeah. You know, the Chinese government, they don't want that. So it's like heavily implied.
Heavily implied, and they make the male characters extraordinarily effeminate.
And like they're apparently really good friends.
They're like so good friends.
So close.
They like they sleep together in the bed. They're so good friends. But like apparently in the fourth book.
Sorry, we'll keep talking about anime, but I'm gonna have to call it because I'm really fading quite quickly.
That's fair.
So what are you gonna say?
I was just gonna say that apparently in the fourth book they're gonna kiss, so maybe the Chinese government blinked. I don't know. What happened?
Maybe someone blinked. It's fine. I didn't see it. It's okay. Well, thank you so much for joining me, everybody.
Thank you for having us.
And thank you so much for joining us, people in the chat. I do like doing these Monday and Friday nights, so if nobody else is doing sprints, then you'll probably catch me doing some sprints, unless I'm on with Kirsty or someone else. So yeah, Thank you so
Yeah, I
much.
tend to do mine on a Wednesday if I do them. And I do mine sort of at least once a month, if not twice a month.
Okay, cool. All right, so I'm safe to do mine on Fridays.
We already had this discussion where we were
I
working
know,
out what days.
tired. I'm a tired baby.
If you haven't already,
hours
don't
of
forget to
writing.
subscribe to Chloe's channel and like this stream so she gets the
Oh, yeah,
boosts.
thank you.
Please.
And Kirsty's channel is KBS Bookish. And Moni and Hattie have got a blog.
Yep.
And it
also
is
well,
just Hattie's. Was it just
Hattie
Hattie's
Vlogs
blog?
is my YouTube. It's very old. It's like got my old university videos on it.
Oh, okay.
But my Instagram is Hattie Reads So Many Books _X, and they're just book content there. So
Cool.
Yay.
Moni's
And
just here
Moni's
for
on
the ride.
Instagram and Moni
Just yell
Cool.
squirrel facts out of the window. Maybe I'll come.
calling squirrel fact lady.
Yeah, I'm at 599 subscribers now, and I've been sat at 599 for like a week. So if any of you would like to join my channel, that'd be amazing.
Yes,
I'd like to hit
subscribe
600
first.
because that's where my tracker starts in my journal.
Nice.
So I'm like, God damn it. So close.
Okay, well, have a lovely
Anyway.
evening, everybody. Have a great weekend. Bye.